Happy vegan Thanksgiving, everyone. Hopefully, you all learn not to hurt turkeys for your own personal pleasure, like all the selfish subhumans do. Even today, hopefully, you have grown up and you realize that you're you, you're not superior to animals and you don't need to hurt them for your own personal pleasure as you hurt your body, because that stuff does not belong in your body. As much as people want to call veganism a psyop, it's not. When it's done correctly, it's actually the way we are meant to eat, and that's actual science, not scientism, the one all of you non-vegans follow, because ultimately addicts with the superiority complex, which are non-vegans, don't want to change, because addicts never want to change. They don't want to lose their addiction, right? Because that's their crutch. So when you are just an addict and you're not hurting anybody else, when you're smoking and you're doing all those things, as much as people think you're destroying the atmosphere and all that bullshit, it's just a bunch of crap. Realize it. Just to carbon tax you and all that shit. They're really just hurting themselves, so I don't have a problem with it. It's your own personal choice. What you do with your body is truly your own personal choice. Now, when you start affecting others by taking their lives, it's no longer a personal choice. And even a retard realizes this. But of course, if you are not vegan, you are beyond being a retard. You are a selfish person who is obviously ignorant and who doesn't give a fuck about others or yourself, because if you cared about yourself, you would then obviously put that shit in your body in the first place. Once you realize it's crap, you would stop. But of course, most non-vegans are selfish, and they do it because they literally don't give a fuck about who they're hurting, and they show it every day to us. So stop trying to say you're not that way. You are that way, and we know you are that way. You've always been that way, and that's why you keep on behaving in that way. And who taught you that? Well, those people who now are hurting people. The presumption that they know better and that they should rule over others because they have not learned what respect is all about. And they have not learned that we don't have to like each other. We don't have to agree with each other. We just have to respect each other's freedom to live life the way we want to without bothering others. So when do you bother others? When you infringe in their, when you create noise pollution, for example, and they cannot get away with it. When you are disturbing the peace of others by making noise, by doing those things that are obviously not correct, because you are not the only one affected by them. So let's say you get married, let's say you're gay and you get married. You're not really affecting anyone. You are just seeking your own happiness. So people shouldn't bother you that you have a right to get married, because let's face it, right? It's none of their business. Now, if you see the Catholic Church going on and saying, "Oh no, it's okay now, all of a sudden we're all for it. We were against it until yesterday, but now, because our big boss told us that we need to agree, we'll agree." Well, again, guys, it's not really a choice of other people, but when it comes to this kind of institutions, obviously, if you are one of those people who needs to follow the direction of someone else, then if they change the rules on you, of course you're gonna be upset. But then my question to you is this: why do you need to be a part of one group or the other? Why do you have this notion that you need to follow a certain religion or a certain something? And why are you so obsessed with being saved? God is all inclusive. God doesn't work by exclusions, and God doesn't go around punishing. The punishment is what we do to ourselves. It's just the energy that gets evened out. over time. So why are people so bent over, trying to dictate how others live, what they do with their body, when it's clear that it's not really about anything else but establishing centralized control over everything, including your thoughts. Why would you allow this to happen in the first place, right? So those are all good questions that we should all ask ourselves. Why has everyone accepted in grand scale, most people, that we live on a spinning globe when we never really had proof of it, and actually it has been proved over and over that they never went to the moon, and all that stuff is lies, 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 lies. So why is it that people just blindly believe in the lies, and then they ask those who are their peers, who show them things that are not making them rich, are not making them famous? What reason would we have to share this with you other than the fact that we are looking into it and we're asking ourselves the same questions? So asking questions is a good thing. It means you're thinking about stuff. It means you are pondering about the stuff around you. It means you're emotionally intelligent and you're questioning the narrative. You're questioning anything that is told to you, because science is about questioning, not about blindly believing what others tell you. Even those who are supposedly officials, even though nobody elected them to be, those who pretend to be the ones who are in the know. Again, all these people who tell you they're in the know, if you go and look deeply into their background, you will notice that these people have never really done anything to deserve such reputation. In fact, when you look into their background, you find a lot of these people you trust are actually part of massive genocides that occurred decades before. Many of you weren't even born yet. We were there, but you weren't. So we remember all of that. And the bottom line is, when you try and mandate stuff, when you try and impose it on others, it means you have something to hide. It's never done for your own good. When they're trying to impose things on you, it's not for your own good. It's for their own agenda. People who are really interested in your own good will tell you, A, find your own inner compass. B, come and share your point of view with us so together we can find a way out of this insanity. You know? Instead, those who don't want to really help you, they'll tell you, follow me, I know what I'm doing, I know it all. Nobody knows it all, that's a fact. If that was the case, we wouldn't be here. There's no point in being here then. We're here to work together. That's why we all have a different point of view. So all of you who try and silence others, all of you who try and use this political correctness over others, that is not politically correct at all, by the way, because you're always picking on one group or the other. So you're always creating a victim in your narrative. Why don't you learn to just get along together? Do you not understand that when you attack the bad guys, you're playing their games? You are lowering yourself to their levels. So, again, we do real ASMR here. We do talk about those people who lick mics in a suggestive way, basically performing soft porn. That's not ASMR. Just like all those people who call ASMR those role-playing thing, it's role-playing. It's cosplay. It's not ASMR. As much as you want to call it ASMR, you can call it cosplay ASMR if you really want to. But it's a loose term. It's cosplay. If you are doing soft porn, call it soft porn. Stop calling things ASMR just because you want to put it in that category, because you want to attract the SLEEPLE onto your stream. But this is not trying to impose anything on them. This is just rectifying that you are not using the section correctly. Use the correct section. I don't care what you do, just do it in the right place. So we don't have to see it, and we don't get bothered. and you can knock yourselves out doing whatever you want. It's called respect. See, that's the difference between people who have respect and those who don't. And those who don't are usually the ones who perform these stupid acts of soft porn. They're always the ones who dress up like hoes and show you their fake tits and all this stuff they do. They're never the wholesome people who are just doing their business. They're just trying to create a better world, by helping those in need, by putting out good energy. It's not the same. We don't go in the soft porn ASMR. We don't. Because we don't give a shit about that stuff. We wish we didn't have to block half of the ASMR people who claim to be doing ASMR but really are doing soft porn. It would be nice to be actually listened to and respected by these platforms, not because we're making them gazillion money, but simply because it's, if it's a platform for kids, why are you trying to sell soft porn on it? What is... I get it, you're making money, then create a category for them. Stop imposing this stuff on everybody else. Because just because they put mature content, it doesn't mean they won't show up. If you're following the ASMR, it will show up if you're not a kid. And I don't want to see it, personally. And I think it's really disrespectful toward those who are doing real ASMR to be putting this stuff there and allowing them to continue. Just the same way as Udemy allows people to just give stars. Well, if they don't want to do the work, then they shouldn't fucking get the chance to vote. I'm sorry. In order to vote on things, you need to give a context. Otherwise, your vote is pointless. And I'm not talking about election votes, because those are always pointless if you don't know. They're all rigged. So, we know for a fact. All they need to do is switch. So, and they can take all your votes to one or the other. And that's why those who vote are just partaking in their satanic rituals more than anything else. But unfortunately, you don't want to listen again, because you want to believe in the lies. Because you feel more secure in the lies for some weird reason. So you don't ask questions. You don't want to look into things. You ridicule those who do and who just say, hey, what do you think about this? We're not saying one way or the other. We're saying, look at this. It looks like this because of this. What do you think? This is just a normal discussion, by the way. What you guys do, the ridiculing each other and fighting with each other, it just shows you're really big kids. That's all you are. Just like people who use things like, women are like that, what do you expect? Dudes. Then you will complain when women do the same thing back to you. It's like, you started this shit, Those who have power because they took it by force and behave like that are cowards. Go be an abuser with someone who can kick your ass back. But you never are an abuser with those who can protect themselves. You always go abuse those who you can subdue. That's what cowards do. See, I've never been a coward. I've always taken on assholes when they were attacking others. I would go in the middle and I would stop them. I would perform counter-violence. And they didn't like it. And I was a little person, I've always been. And I've always been there kicking their butt. Because you don't need to be a big person. You just need to have the energy to stop these losers. And the courage to do so. Most of them will go away when you actually stand up to them. But a lot of people are scared, and they take advantage of them. And that is bullshit. So when you take advantage of others, when you subdue them by force, when you behave in that way, you're not behaving in a way that is conducive to finding solutions. You are effectively a bully. And bullies have no place in the life of normal human beings. Actual, real human beings, biological human beings, not those drones who have been injected with crap and now are turning into robots, clearly. And that's why they're all malfunctioning, if they're not dying off, of course. But hey, God forbid that we share truth, right? God forbid that we share things that actually do help people, like tapping, like this video that is always going, like showing them, yeah, it's not going to be just a division too, because all of us are going in slightly different vibrations apparently, but the big split is mostly It's the fact that you can choose. You can choose what you want in your life. You don't need to be a special person to go up or down. You just have to work on the things that are turning you into an asshole. What is it that you do that makes you come across as a jerk, an asshole? What is it that you do that really makes you, hurt others and loving it? Or who makes you not give a shit about other people? Who makes you ridicule people who don't have this and that? Maybe you figured out how to make money and you make fun of those who didn't figure out how to make money. But maybe you are very sick and someone who didn't know how to make money could help you get better. What if that person treated you in the same way? Would you like that? So it's about stopping for a minute and realizing that if you don't want stuff done to you, you shouldn't probably do it to other people, right? If you don't want people to assume when you say things and then attack you back and say, oh, are you gaslighting me? Are you being a narc? Then instead of doing that, why don't you just ask questions first, right? When you get the answer, and then you know, because they're telling you one way or the other, then it's a different story. You can go from there. But again, why would you fight with someone? If someone is trying to fight with you, they are triggered. And so you can tell them, please stop or go away. I'm not going to engage with you when you're like this. I'm sorry. You can tap around them as well as you do it. It'll help them calm down. When you attack them back or you tell them, oh, just calm down, just calm down. They're not going to calm down. That's actually going to make them more angry. So you can tell them, hey, I appreciate that you're not happy right now, but in the same time, I didn't cause this. But if you think I did, either you tell me in a calm manner, you can come back when you're calmed down. It's not conducive right now, but they won't listen to you, right? So what is it that I do? I just start tapping usually with those people. When I am in person, I'm talking about, which is not often now because obviously, of the current setup in the world. So obviously right now, I have been isolated because if I see someone wearing a mask, it triggers me into panic attacks and it's really, really bad. So I literally avoid anyone who does wear masks and who does go along. And also I have been avoiding anyone who went for the jab and who pushed this hoax because I'm sorry people, I cannot really be around people who have been willingly allowing this destruction of everything, everything that is freedom, everything that is small businesses. They have literally destroyed the life of all the Western society, middle class, small businesses on purpose because they were the last one left with a little bit of self-respect. And you allowed it. So I don't associate with people like that. I don't hate on them and stuff. I have a hard time forgiving them for what they did still because it has affected me greatly. And I haven't really received that much help to the point where, at this point, I'm like, okay, great. I can't work. I can't find a job easily because I'm stuck at home. And, unless you lick mics and you behave like a hoe, people don't help you. And that's the bottom line. It's pretty pathetic, They'll help people who don't need the help always because, oh, they're so cool. But when it comes to people like me, who the fuck cares? They only ever come to you when, they need you. They don't ever come around to support for real, to be here, to be a part of this community. They just come when they need something, they fake being your friend so they get a free reading, because unlike most of the others, I actually get, for some reason, answers that actually turn out to be, and I don't fearmonger them. It's always good stuff. So, if you think I'm mind controlling them, it's not true, but if I was, at least I'm mind controlling them with good stuff. And, I am still figuring out a lot of stuff, just like everybody else. But I also do have a lot of direct experience when it comes to energy healing, when it comes to food, when it comes to a lot of things, and a lot of you don't. But it's because I was sick. I was sick as a kid, and my view of life has been extremely different than most people. And I've had a lot of dark moments because it's normal. When you're chronically sick and you're chronically in pain, it is very tiring for your brain, for your body to go through this. And you get to the point where you can't take it anymore. It's exhausting. It's truly exhausting. It just takes you to new levels of insanity. And people don't realize it until they actually go through themselves. Because most people don't have the emotional intelligence to put themselves in someone else's shoes and try and imagine things from their point of view. And that is what I do when I ask you questions. I don't ask you questions to antagonize you. I ask you questions because I'm honestly curious about why it is you see things in that way. Because if I don't see them in that way, obviously I want to know why you think in that way so I can understand you better. Because when you understand each other, then you can get along better. And that's why. I did have to stop my soup because it was coming up, so I went and turned it off. It's so funny, I put my headphones on in the wrong way and I can actually tell. It's hilarious. I'm trying to figure out a lot of all this stuff too, like I'm really interested. I find that a lot of people who fight with others and are always finding issues is because they just um, they have trauma inside of them, of course, and that's the main reason. But also a lot of them is because they're not really they don't seem to be interested in a lot of different things. I think they're stuck in the lower self and they're not really, the ego is not negative, and that's the other thing. I keep hearing these people saying all kinds of stuff. The ego is not negative. We need our ego in order to function in this reality. You should just not let your ego take every single decision, you know? Survival stuff, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what's there for, and to decode information. However, you need to use the ego in tandem with your higher self. And we call higher and lower because, again, we are trapped in this limit, limit like way of thinking. Because call it, I know some people get upset when you talk about 5D, other Ds, whatever, because they automatically associate it, unfortunately, with QAnon and all those idiots who, were obviously psyops, and so I get it, like, but again, why do you think they did that, guys? They did that because they wanted to muddy up all this stuff. They wanted to confuse you so that every time you hear someone talking about energy healing, about 5D, about all this stuff, automatically you will assume they're idiots. That's why they did it. Because they don't want you to actually learn things that truly help you. Because if you all tapped, none of you would be fighting. You would all be in your actual, grounded self. So instead of letting your ego run the show, you would actually be cooperating with your ego along. And you would see the solutions, because instead of being triggered and in flight or fight, which is what it means, and hence, not using the intelligent part of your brain, because you're stuck in your reptile brain at that point. When you're in flight or fight, it's survival mode. And this is just science, guys. So you can go and check the neuroscience about this. For those of us who have had trauma and have gone through this kind of stuff as kids, we know this stuff is not a lie. And when I used EFT techniques, that's when my life completely started changing for the better. I mean, guys, why are you always listening to, these third-party bullshitters that are clearly lying to you. If someone comes to you and says, oh, look at my life, it's just amazing. Now everything just comes to me so easily all the time. That's bullshit, man. It doesn't exist, that. It's like those who say, oh, I can do anything I want and bring anything I want in this reality right away. No, it takes time sometimes. And it's not true that you can take anything here. You know, again, you're working with good forces. You're not working with dark forces. You're working with the forces of nature. And so, yeah, it's important to learn about, alchemy and that stuff, which is the ancient way of looking at things. I was watching this podcast with Richard Willett, and I don't always agree with what they're saying, don't get me wrong, and I obviously don't agree with Richard either 100%, God forbid. If I did, I would be Richard, right? But I see a lot of the things he says. For me, it's exactly what I've been thinking most of my life. But again, Richard Willett also went through really serious physical problems, and he actually died more than one time, apparently. So when you go through that kind of experience, it does change the way you look at things. For me, I would ask God to kill me from how much pain I was in. And I have been having this chronic pain since I was a baby. So, since I can remember. So, I have lived with this my whole life. And when did it get better? When I went vegan and I actually cleaned out my diet, and when I started doing tapping, when I started staying away from stress, and when I stopped watching stupid shit without tapping. So if I watch Netflix and I'm watching stuff and I see myself getting triggered, because you do see yourself getting triggered when you keep working with yourself, especially. I've always seen that. I used to call it a switch. I just didn't know the whole process when I was younger, because psychology wasn't teaching us that stuff. And this stuff really does help. Really does make you, use the negativity that goes on in your life to turn your life into a positive. So I have actually done this for 8 years, and I am a much different person today than I was 8 years ago. And it's also because I tapped a lot and I actually apply myself. Now, it's not fix all, because just like you see with the panic attacks, with the masks, I still have the problem. It's not gone. And while I am somewhat kind of able to control myself when I see one or two, if I see a lot and it continues and it's constant, then I will get triggered and I can feel it rising inside of me. So it takes time when you have the problem. Like for me, since I was a baby, I was 12 days old when I almost died suffocated, and I was put in an incubator for 5 days. So you would understand why I would take a little longer to get over my problem than someone else, right? So if you have problems like that, you also need to understand that it may take a while for you to get rid of it. That doesn't mean you should give up. It doesn't mean you're never gonna get rid of it. No, you will. You just have to stay with it. And maybe you'll be lucky and you'll meet someone who can help you go faster. Or maybe you'll find a methodology that is even quicker for you. But if you're not trying at all, you're not gonna find anything, right? So the whole point is this. Don't lump everybody up together just because you see someone is talking about what you think is New Age. What I do is not New Age. What I do is based on very, very ancient stuff, and it's been proven over and over to actually work. So stop clumping us with those people who sell you a lot of expensive programs that are bullshit, most of them, yes, and who tell you, oh, sorry, my life is so perfect. And then usually they pronounce chakra like that because they're ignorant and they couldn't even look how to pronounce that word correctly. Chakra is a Sanskrit word, and you should say chakra, not chakra. It's not some fucking Frenchy wannabe, like, learn things correctly, that's also another kind of clue that these people are not really serious about their work when They don't even learn the most important word in energy healing that describes the wheels of energy, and they can't even pronounce it correctly. And when you point this out to them, they go, "Oh, it doesn't matter, potato, potato." That was Jessica Orner. Has she was asking Donna Eden. I still remember this as if it was yesterday, about the word chakra. I mean, Jessica Orner never did any energy healing. She never had any idea about energy healing until she started using EFT techniques. And then they made a video with their brother, and because they're obviously good businessmen, the brother, and so they managed to, create a business out of this, right? And by bringing together all the experts and creating the first world summit about this stuff, you know how it is. The real McCoys are not those guys, obviously. The real McCoys are the people who actually have the real experience, know the difference between chakra, and when they make a mistake, they admit it, they learn from it, they don't try and hide it, because that's what idiots do. Again, emotionally very immature people, right? Because mistakes happen. We all make mistakes. It's not a big deal. I mean, when I was studying the body and I was taking reflexology, for example, in my head, even though I knew that the sciatica nerve only really runs in the, it's the longest nerve, but it runs in your legs, right? But because the pain actually reflects in the arms, and I could feel it because I had sciatica problems before. In my head, at some point, it became a long nerve that went from the top of the arm down to the bottom of the leg. And when I was talking to this colleague, she's like, because she was German or Swiss, I don't remember anyway, how they always want to be like, oh, we know best because they have a chip on their shoulder. Some of them, not all of them, but some of them are like that. Again, my parents live in Germany for 2 and 4 years, and they met there, so I have a little bit of direct experience with their thinking. And I don't have anything against them. I'm just saying they can be this way. Like some, like Italians, they think they're the best for blah, blah. The Frenchies are, everybody is kind of like that, everybody has their own thing. Well, with them, it's they always think they have the best thing, the best engineering, the best blah, 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 right? So whatever makes you feel good, go for it. As long as you're not hurting someone else, I have no position to it. But this, she was like, no, and she was like, and then I said, really? I said, I don't know, in my head, like, and I went to check on the reflexology book, and sure enough, obviously she was right, because it's only in the leg. And then I had to retrace all my steps of why I thought that, because it's just not some idea I would just get out of nothing, right? And so then I realized, oh, this is why. And so my brain took it, put it together, and, it was one. Because when I do energy healing, I look at things, but I look at things in a slightly different way, because a lot of times when you get pain in one side, it really comes from the other. It's a compensation pain. So every now and then, we can get confused with stuff, and we can have notions that are not correct. Now, does that mean you're stupid? Does it mean you don't know your stuff? No, it just means that, we all have moments where we get confused. And that's why I always check things. Because I learned that when I check things, is just to make sure. I don't just rely on memory and what I think is the right thing. I like to check things. I like to go and, verify. And then when I make mistakes, and obviously I remember and stuff, I rectify them. If I don't remember, whatever, the next time I'll say it right, and then you will see, right? That, oh, someone can ask you. And you can say, yeah, I was wrong in that one. I made a mistake. This is the correct one. See, a lot of people are being so brainwashed by the cult that intelligence is so important, that being perfect is so important. No, what's really important, people, is that you're willing to learn, you're willing to ask the questions, and that you are willing to work with others, you know, and listen to others, put yourself in others' shoes, and work together toward a common solution. That's what's intelligence, and that's what's finding, you know, that's what's gonna make the new world a better world. And it's not the new world order that a lot of people want to look at. It's just the world we all want to live in. I don't want to live in a world where people think that they can dictate what kind of people can get married and what kind of people can't. I don't really care if you're straight, gay, whatever. You know, all I care is that, are you respectful toward each other? Are you kind toward each other? Do you create these closed groups because, oh, we're queer, oh, we're straight? Why do you need to be that way? I like to be mixed with everyone. I like to learn about others. I like to understand their point of view. I find it interesting. So why are you not that way? That's my question to you. Why are you so close in your own little group? You know, today we have a chance to actually talk to people all over the world and to listen to their point of view and to connect. It's a blessing, guys. We never had that before. You can use it for good things, not just to be trapped in front of a computer all day doing nothing. You don't have to miss life in order to enjoy the technology part of it. You can go out and enjoy real life. Of course, right now they're trying to prevent us from being actual human beings, right, with a lot of excuses. But it's up to you. You don't have to say yes, by the way. The only reason why this shit has been going on is because most of you complied with bullshit. Most of you didn't give a shit about people like me who get triggered by people who wear masks. Most of you didn't care about my health. It's pretty obvious, because if you did, you would have had a little more care for people like me, and you didn't. So I had to take the steps to actually avoid seeing anybody because of what was done to me and the causes, what caused me to go through. And nobody gave a shit, really. I was ridiculed, just like David Icke was ridiculed when he was talking about things that most people, you know, wrap their heads around. Oh, he's just an asshole. He's just... No, not really. He's just telling you stuff that is really hard to talk about and explain, especially when people don't have a frame of reference. And so a lot of people will think it's bullshit because they've never experienced it. I understand that. However, what I don't understand is, why don't you actually, you know, look at it without having this preconception? Because the only way to find truth in things is to actually go in with an open mind and an open heart and honestly looking at it. So again, it's all done to control and divide. It's pretty obvious. The more you fight, the more divided you will be, the easier you will be to control and to be lied to, obviously, because if you're not spending time with others, then someone can come and say, you know, they're all assholes, those guys. And because you don't have any frame of reference dealing with them, you will clearly blindly believe them. So, you know, I just like to bring different perspectives to the conversation. I like to look at things in many different ways because I'm always trying to find the actual truth or solutions to things. I don't really like to just talk about stuff to talk about stuff. I'm always someone who tries to put it in practice. It's not just something that, you know, I want to leave up there most of the times. Yes, there are things that we can just talk about and philosophize, and that's it, and it's there really for the most part. But most of the times I try and focus on stuff that is, you know, in real life, to solve problems, to make life better. And so you will rarely hear me talk about, you know, a lot of theoretical bullshit that has no, you know, real meaning in real life. Like, I will listen to people when they talk about, oh, actually, this is how I look at fascism, like, you know, the Nietzsche pupil does. I think that's the right name. Anyway, I shared one of his videos on the Odyssey channel, so. But, in the same time, when I listen to that stuff, I'm like, yeah, but what you don't understand is this, that it doesn't matter how you call it. The bottom line is, when someone is trying to mandate stuff and to control you top down, when someone creates a social scoring system, when someone creates all those things to control you and dictate how you should be living and behaving in every minute aspect of your life, this is not to create peace. This is to control, guys. And there's a big difference. Because if they wanted to create peace, instead of teaching you violence through TV the way they do, instead of teaching you useless shit, and instead of spreading lies the way they do in schools and everywhere, they would actually do the things that help you become a smarter, more even, balanced individual. Someone who can grow plants, someone who can be independent, real skills, not these, as much as I like grammar and I like editing and all that, you do understand that if you have to choose between teaching someone to grow plants, to clean their home, to do, how to even financially be independent, how to do things, those are more important than teaching them all the little grammar, rules and all that stuff that in reality, in the big picture, will not have a huge effect on most people. Again, yes, it's nice to know because grammar is there really so that when you read books, you know what the other person meant. It's, obvious. However, you do understand that some things are so minute that they won't make a big difference in reality. So, why is it they focus on stuff like that, Because they don't want you to be free thinkers. They don't want you to sit down and actually think through your own, self, with your own compass. Look at things in a way that is from your point of view. Your point of view matters. Every point of view matters. We are here, all of us, for a reason. Nature is not redundant. So if you're here, there is a reason for it. And if you are being an asshole, maybe you're fulfilling your destiny by being an asshole, I'm not sure. Then people like me will say, well, if you want to be a jerk, go ahead, just don't be a jerk around me, Because if you hurt someone around me, I will stop you from doing so. So if you want to be non-vegan, go right ahead, just you're never going to eat with me, because I'm sorry, I don't eat with non-vegans. It grosses me out what you do. And I don't really particularly enjoy ruining my meal, your meal, or anyone. I just say, let's meet up later then, And they get offended when you say that. It's like, why would you get offended? You're the one who's killing an animal. You are the one who is, again, not respecting someone else, pretending that it's your right because you feel superior. Again, lack of respect. What the hell made you ever feel superior to them? Oh, because you can squish them down? So if a giant comes here and can squish you down, they also have the right to not respect you? They get all pissed when I ask these questions because, even like when you listen to Christians, I love that actually. They all think that they have it right. It's like, yeah, that's why you all sound like arrogant, obtuse pieces of crap who say, oh, I'm being nice to others. No, you're not. All you're doing is trying to minimize what other people do, trying to say that it's the God, it's the devil guiding them because they're not believing blindly in the God that they want to believe in. No, I don't believe in your God because God is all loving. God is not at all like you want to claim it is. And the Bible is obviously not to be taken at face value. And no, it has not, all the events that have unfolded until now, it's not exactly what the Bible says. If you want to see it in that way, again, everybody has a right to see things the way they want, but it's not true. This is not the end times as you want to think it is. No, this is not. This is the end of the shit that should have never happened. This is the lifting the veil and showing who is really here, willing to make this world, this flat, whatever shape it is, a better place, and who is just an arrogant asshole who wants to be above everybody else and feel they have more right than everybody else and work less usually. Because people like that don't want to do real work. They do the pencil pushing part, which, yeah, it can be tiring because when you do certain jobs, it is tiring, there is no doubt about it. And you do understand that your body is not getting wrecked like when you are actually doing physical labor, where you still need to pay attention, you still need to be very present, and you're also wrecking your body. There is a very different, outcome. And for those of us who have done both kind of works and jobs, we can confirm that. Absolutely. It is a lot easier to sit on your ass typing and taking breaks here and there than actually cleaning for 12 hours straight, or, cleaning for like hours and hours on end, then taking all your gear and driving somewhere else and starting all over. You guys try that. Because I've done that. That's why I wrecked my back. Because I was working 8, 10 hours days, 12 hours days, just cleaning then, And I would try and avoid it. Over time, I learned that, I can't work that many hours. So they need to pay more. Because you cannot live with what they want to pay you and with how much they want to take away of your money, your hard-earned money, right? They don't tax those who invest as much. No, they tax those who work. You shouldn't tax on work. You should only tax those who have excess. And that's it. Let's face it. And if you don't want to teach people how to invest and how to all have a good life, then it's your problem. Again, you're working by exclusion. That's not God's work. And that's why I never got into any of those, even on Acapulco. The reason why I don't really like to support those people right now is because they haven't shown to be real truthers to me. They have behaved like the cult in many ways. They only tell their small group how to make money. In reality, you have to pay money to get in. If everybody gets in, then there is no money to be made, because their business model is so that, only some people can benefit, not everybody. So again, that's not really God's work to me. God's work works by inclusion. So we need to find ways where everybody is able to actually have a good life, because this is what we're here for. If you really want to be different than those inferior animals that you all call inferior and they're not, then why the hell do you behave like them and excuse your behavior by saying, well, animals do it? Lead by example. Ever heard of that? You want to be a leader, then fucking start behaving like one. And most of you don't. Most of you want to have the rewards of being a leader without actually doing the work. Just like when I turn around and I tell God, if you want me to deal with the children you made that are clearly fucked up, then I want also the glory. I am not going to do your work and you take the glory. No, no, no. I am sorry, but let's get real here, because that's a lot of bullshit. If you want the glory, do the work, goddammit. And that's the bottom line. And I don't see many of you really doing the work, and then you want the glory, and then you fight with each other. Why is that? Alright, it's because you're all fucking slackers in the end, aren't you? You're all people who just... I have no problems with people who want to enjoy life. In fact, I am not trying to push you to overwork yourself. That's not the point. The point is, if you're gonna want to have the praise for something, then you need to do that something. You cannot not do it and then want the praise. That's bullshit. And that's the bottom line. So, why doesn't everybody just, chill the fuck out and just start tapping and try it out? Why don't you try it? Why don't you try tapping when you're pissed off like that on the karate chop point? Simple. It's not that hard. You can just, touch and breathe. That'll work too. Dawson Church, for example, puts a lot of information out there. That's why I share. And if you want to become a practitioner and work from home, you can learn there too if you don't have any idea. You don't have to take those courses. Obviously, they're all trying to regulate things because they want to be the top dog, not Dawson Church per se, but in general. They say it's for quality assurance, but we know what it is. There's always someone who wants to be the top dog, so they have the right to make more money than everybody else, and everybody else has to do the real work and get peanuts. This is the old model. This is a pyramid scheme, right? So that's not what I'm proposing at all. That's why I don't believe in corporations myself. I don't believe in, those top-down, oh, the guy above you makes more than what, yeah, if they're actually helping you and stuff, and they get a little minute kickback from doing that, okay, I understand that. But usually they make way more than the people at the bottom, which is bullshit. So they make you really suffer to get to the top. And that is the pyramid scheme, once again. So it's not really hard to get along. It's hard only because most of you don't want to get along because you're in fight or fight, and don't want to get along because you don't tap and you don't do the things that can help you. So it's a choice you make to watch the hosts lick mics and jerk off instead of actually tapping on the issues when you feel lonely. Instead of looking for such garbage, low level garbage, you could tap and you could actually find out why it is you feel lonely and adjust your internal compass. So then, maybe you will meet someone. Maybe you will meet someone who you will feel very comfortable with and you'll be happy with. Even now, why not? Just because they're trying to stop us from living our lives doesn't mean we should allow them to do so, right? So, guys, remember, we are living through times that are hard, mostly because of what you, the masses, did, and the masses decided to go along with. Because if instead of ridiculing your peers, you took the time to go and verify for yourself, like, during 9/11, how Fox's News was telling you that the two towers had gone down, but they were still up, because it was obviously an internal job. And they can try and hide it as much as they want, but anyone who knows about buildings realizes that, a plane going into a building will not make it go down in that way. That was demolition going on. And anyone who has some kind of civil engineering and knows how those buildings are built will have an idea about this stuff. So, a lot of times you doubt your own common sense because they made you believe that you're nothing but a speckle in the huge universe and you're a mistake. None of you is a mistake. As much as some of you piss me off because you're jerks, you're still not a mistake. You don't belong in my life, and that's why I ban you. But you're not a mistake. You're here for some reason. I do hope that those of you who behave like jerks and got banned will find someone who can help you and become a better person so that you can live your life the way you're really meant to. But the bottom line is, I'll just prevent you from hurting me and my community because I don't really care for that kind of behavior myself. So if you're a jerk, you don't really belong in here. But that doesn't mean that, yeah, I do ask God why they make you, like why did you make people like that and then upon us. But that's a rhetorical question that quite never gets answered. Oh, it's to teach you. I'm sorry, but it always makes me laugh when people try to, yeah, it is all learning experience, absolutely. It's just, I have not changed the way I look at people like that. I go, yeah, I get it, you're hurting, I get it, you're an asshole because, obviously it's a cry for help. However, when someone tells you, look, I am here, I'm willing to help, and I'm willing to do whatever I can, but you cannot be a jerk. I mean, that's unacceptable, right? If you feel like being a jerk, then tap on it. There are many ways you can work on it. They don't do it, and then they come back and they're jerks again. I'm sorry, I'm not that kind of a person. I have a lot of, I have 6 parts male and 4 parts female in my chart. Feminine energy, I mean, and masculine energy. So I am someone who tends to solve problems. I don't just like to sit around talking about it. For me, when I talk about things, it's because I'm trying to solve the problem. Or I'm asking questions and, I don't know, I'm trying to learn. But I don't ask questions just to put people on the spot, and no. If they have a belief system that I find absurd and I don't understand, I ask them a question because that's the best way to understand their point of view. So you can accuse people of whatever you want, but ultimately there is such thing as what actually happened and what you saw happen in your head. And often there are 2 different things, and that's where communication breaks down. And so again, if people tapped as they do anything, it would be a lot easier to actually help others and calm them down. And of course, I understand that a lot of people, would rather go and watch hoes licking mics and jerk off, because ultimately you've all been trained like monkeys, and none of you really, you know, um, if you have to choose, most of you who are so lost, if you have to choose between that shit porn and actual interesting stuff, you'll choose the porn because you're just at that level of whatever. And I'm not talking about teenagers. We know they have hormonal issues at that point, so it's gonna take a while to level down, especially with all the crap they eat. But the bottom line is, if you're an adult, and you're still doing such things, you really have to ask yourself, what the fuck is wrong with you, huh? What the fuck is wrong with you when you go and watch porn like, oh, little girl licking my... Yeah, that's pedophilia, people. You do understand that, So there's a difference between entertainment and what you try and pass as normal. Porn is not normal. Porn was born and allowed to come out to spread their satanic ritual for the most part. Not all porn is like that, but most porn is based on satanic rituals, is based on abuse, and is there to literally keep traumatizing your brain, creating that neural bundle of traumatization and accepting abuse and finding it normal. It's normalizing abuse, just like Netflix and all those platforms are there to brainwash you and mind control you, and normalizing violence, normalizing all this weird shit that they're trying to push these days, which is not normal at all and has no reference in reality. They are inventing a lot of stuff. But that's what they do. They always do take stuff and flip it upside down and tell you, no, this is how it is. And they try and make you pass as the crazy one. And this is what narcissistic people do. It's true. And so narcissistic people will piss you off when nobody is around, and they'll take you to the edge where you will react, so then when you go out, you react in front of others, and they go, see, she's crazy, or he's crazy. And they were the ones provoking it. So it's the same kind of concept. And you can stop it. You can just start tapping, when you see this stuff. That's why I don't really... I watch Netflix when I want to know what's going on, when new things come out. I watch them now because they basically tell you everything, Like someone was saying how they found this thing that is this Hydra thing in, some jabs, and basically it's some being that is not organic, and it cannot be killed and stuff, and it keeps reproducing itself. And now they weren't all the specifics like that, but the main things were, it was called Hydra, and there's a few shows that came out lately that have shown this and have actually, brought it upon. And so they always tell you in their shows what their plans are. They obviously don't tell you everything to the T. They reverse the truth, like in the Matrix, of course. They spin it the way that it works for them, right? And one of the things I was always like, why is it the red pill and instead of the blue pill, right? Because red is blood, in my opinion, and blue is the color of communication and peace, right? And so, of course, they will put the blue one as the one the stupid SLEEPLE would take, right? And then, if it's true, like if you listen to these people who, talk about the Matrix and stuff, which absolutely, I mean, it is all a Matrix, right? Call it what you want, but it is basically, it's not what we think it is when we first come here. As children, I think we do have a much better idea of what it is, but then as we get integrated and brainwashed by adults, then we lose that sense. And many people think in that way. Even Richard Willard actually was talking about the same thing. And I was like, yeah, see, like there's a lot of us who have very similar thoughts. and in very similar times as well. And so I look at it and I go, yeah, I mean, ultimately, you know, ultimately, it doesn't matter, you know. What matters is that people stop and start living a little more in the present and start realizing that we can choose. We do have choices. We can choose to get along. We can choose to talk to each other. We can choose to say no to draconian bullshit. We can choose to not oppress anybody anymore, you know? We can choose to truly respect each other and not based on a list of things and requirements. If you are here, you're not hurting anybody, right? You're just living your life. Why shouldn't others respect you? Why? Respect is given, not earned. That's what the cult wants you to think, because then you fight with each other. We all have different parameters, but if we all come from the parameter that we should respect each other, no matter what our credo, no matter what our gender, no matter what our age, nothing. If you want respect, lead by example and be respectful. And how many parents are respectful with their children? So you cannot expect your children to be respectful when you are telling them to be respectful, but you're showing them not to be respectful. Lead by example. It's the only way to lead. And the next time I hear any of you clumping this stuff with New Age stuff, I'm gonna give you a longer lesson on etiquette and how what you're saying is not based on truth at all, but the fact that you are just an ignorant moron who not only has zero direct experience with this shit, but also has the arrogance without having any knowledge to go and judge it. Judging comes from ignorance, and ignorance always is paired with arrogance. So stop fucking judging other people. You want to be a Christian? I don't care. I'll only call you Bible thumpers when you go out and try and diminish what I do and what people like me do. I don't do it with your shit. I always say, you want to believe in that? It's your choice. It's your right. As long as you're a good person and you respect others and you don't put down what I do, we're okay. But if you start putting down what I do, I'm gonna fucking start teaching you what actually is fucked up about what you think, and why you're nothing but a con, and why your religion clearly doesn't work, because if it did work, instead of producing arrogant assholes like you would have produced much better beings. And those new age losers who are famous, if they're famous, you know they're not the real thing, because the real thing never gets famous. We always get overlooked and we always get treated like shit. And I never said I was a guru myself. I have been around real gurus, and they're nothing like Sadhguru and all those fucking losers who pretend to be gurus, and they're not. Real gurus, they make everybody feel awesome, and they elevate you. They don't treat you like a lesser being. They are quite different than what many people think about gurus. And those ascended masters, yeah, they are absolutely just people like you and I. But the difference is that these people actually have reached a level of high frequency and understanding that does make them much different than what we are in our form. They will not look at a troll and say, go fuck yourself, the way I do. They will say, oh, they will stay in their light. And that is the big difference. And it's not that easy, no. Not everybody can do that. But go ahead and try if you're that arrogant to think that you're exactly like any of those true ascended masters, not the fake ones. The fake ones, there's lots, and of course, there's lots of them. So again, guys, open your mind and open your heart and stop fighting with each other. And enjoy the ASMR, because I'm tired of talking to myself. Hey, vegan, I missed your text for some reason. My chat was wonky. It is extra quiet because it's a Thanksgiving, so. Anyway, I'm sure nobody's out there anymore. Just wanted to check in case. I'm here. I'm sorry I just missed it because I'm doing other things. When it's quiet, I do other things. And I'm actually preparing some lunch because I'm hungry. I'm using my snow globe. the, the snow yeti. That's what I'm calling it. The ball, the snowball, whatever it's fucking called. The far mic over there. Stop swearing. Ducking. I mean to say ducking. I grew up around people who were swearing a lot. So I learned that very young, and in Italy, a lot of people do it. And so it's easy sometimes to come up still. It's funny. I don't like to overuse it though. It loses its potency, you know. You gotta use it at the right time. So this mic is great if you're trying to mimic subwoofers. Like that. So it's very useful if you know, are trying to do certain things. But when you're low tech and you don't have a lot of money or none at all, you make juice with what you got. This is my subwoofer, guys. My bass. I am driving in my car and I'm playing the dope music. Alright, enough of the shenanigans. So anyway, I'm here, I'm just chilling and like I'm making food and doing a bunch of chores. My dog, her hip is really, like, her back is really sore, and I was waking up at night from pain myself on the hips again. Like they feel like they're swollen. It's such a pain in the butt. So, and it wasn't like anything pressuring on them, because I even tried, oh, maybe it's something constrictive, but no. So I just think I'm feeling her pain because she has that pain on the hips and she has a hard time moving, so I'm trying to help her. Then I have one of my plants who is not doing well, and I'm trying to help that plant. I killed one this summer because when it was raining a lot, I forgot it out there and it got drowned and died. I'm a plant killer. Yeah. Anyway, it's all good. I'm just in the middle of doing a lot of chores, and I was giving her some Reiki and massaging her back. You know, she likes it, but animals don't need it for as long as us, so it's very quick. And she likes it at the distance more, I find. It's too hot when I put my hands on her. It's really unbelievably hot. And I'm a cold person. This is what's funny about it, right? My extremities have always been cold. The circulation issue, you know. and blah blah blah. I mean, when I eat a lot of spicy food, I get overheated actually. So now I don't have that problem much. But if I do, I eat spicy. I like turmeric and red pepper. I love red pepper. And I hated all this when I was younger. I hate spicy food. It does give you phlegm. Just it's compromises. I don't overdo it. I just do it enough so I keep warm and nice and, you know, circulation wise. I try not to drink a lot of coffee, and I don't really. I make little baby ones really. So, and I sip them slowly. I mostly drink, I have soup now and veggies and fruit. I eat very little compared to before. I have peanuts and dates, you know. I try to buy some dry fruit with no sugar, so you don't have to eat too much when you want some. Because I like to snack, I'm the snacker, so I've always been a snacker. Especially if I do a lot of stuff thinking, I really feel like just need to eat a lot more. I need a lot more energy. It's insane. I get tired, you know. It's like thinking like when you're trying to learn stuff that other people invented or like methodologies other people, you know. So whenever you're trying to learn a method or you're working with other people parameters, my brain goes in override because I'm more used to inventing systems than following the systems other people created. It's a lot harder for me to perform under those conditions unless I see a logic in it, right? Like, if I just have to remember something and there is no logic that I can see, forget it. My brain is like, whatever. Like, I could derive the formula when I was taking physics here, you know, when I was doing physics 11, 12, because I had to learn the English terminology. But I couldn't remember the formula just like that. For me, it's like, no, you gotta explain to me why. Why is that formula like that? So I think when I was trying to get the answer of the force of gravity, for example, he just told me, you just have to learn it. It's too complicated, you know, like some things, they would just tell me, you just have to learn it. It's like, I can't. I need to understand. It makes no sense, you know? So, some people have a way to be parrots even when they don't understand anything they're saying. They have great memories and they mistake that for intelligence. But to me, they're just parrots, right? So if I have to trade the ability to actually sit there and analyze shit for real, from, you know, your point of view, then have that, I'll keep my, you know, idiosyncrasies. I don't care about being a parrot, but I do care about learning, and I like to learn the truth about a lot of stuff that I wonder about. I usually see that over time, when you keep asking certain questions, the answers do come. But I think when you go in expecting a certain result, you're not really looking for the truth, you're more looking for validation for what you believe in. And that's not how I go about doing things. I don't know. A lot of people think it's about being right or wrong. No, it's not. Although it would be nice to be right about, you know, how to fucking be more affluent. That would be helpful. especially when you don't have the mentality of taking advantage of, systems. I just hate that I'm unable to find a way to make fucking proper amount of money from home just for my basic expenses. I'm really sick and tired of it, actually. I'm like literally talking to God every day going, okay, this is a useless lesson because I'm not learning it and I don't know how. I'm trying. I just don't get it. You know? I'm never gonna be an e-ho. I'm never gonna go down that path. And you're never too old to do that kind of shit, by the way. So, it's not the age, or it's not something I ever want to do. It's disgusting to me. And there are way better ways. It's just, throw me a bone. Not a bone. Throw me a vegan bone. Yeah, throw me a bone. It's so gross. Ugh. Ugh, Jesus Christ. No, I'm thinking about the bones. God. I really detest violence, so for me, when I see people applying violence, it's, to me, it's the most disgusting thing ever. Bullying, trying to make others feel like shit, ridiculing others behind their back, all that stupid behavior that cowards engage in. I really can't stand it. It's always been making my blood boil. It's one of those things where it's like, why are you like that? Why don't you get that being that way is disgusting? Like, why does anyone have to explain this to you? It's basic. But it's not. It's not. And that's what's crazy to me. Anyway, that's the end of my other little rant. No, I'm just chit-chatting. I'm just monologuing to myself. There's nobody out there. But, just thinking about different stuff, wondering about this and that, that's all. Anyway, back to the chores. wow, I bet a lot of people are just gobbling down poor turkeys, without thinking they're eating cadavers. Yeah. Then, of course, they're planning how to waste all their money on the latest techno bullshit tomorrow on Black Friday, which is called Black Friday, and I find it very racist. 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 Well, at least I got some readings from my website. They don't wanna pay the tarot readings, they only come when it's free. Oh, you suck, you all suck, and there is nothing that I can do. Here are we. I lost it. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I just always wanted to, like butcher up that song. La 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 la. I like to butcher songs, you know me, right? I am the song butcheress. Butcheress. I finally managed to do my laundry after 4 days because they were doing the floor, and so I basically, had to wait, unfortunately. Yeah, see, that when I don't listen to my instinct, right, and it tells me, do the laundry today, do the laundry today. I waited until Sunday because I was tired, and then Sunday they came to do the thing, and so I had to wait. I still had some clean clothes, but I was basically out, and so I asked them on the third day. I said, is it gonna be ready? And so by the evening he did the work, but at least I moved the vent, so it's no longer outside our window. And the washer leaks, and that's why there were so many problems in the laundry, I think. Yeah, but it's all good. It's all good. I mean, the rats, or I should say mice, I think they're mice that come in here because they go easily under everything, and usually rats have a harder time doing that. They don't really do that. They chew through everything, but they don't really have the ability to flatten down the way mice do. Like, mice are ninjas, I swear. It's unbelievable what they can do, like how they can squeeze themselves through things. It's incredible. So anyway, one of my dogs was literally, last night she was going nuts because the gas is still there, right? So the smell and everything. So I open the windows sometimes. I had to close them today because it was so cold in here. I'm not sure why, but anyway, so I closed all the windows. But it's one of those things, right? Like, I leave them open because I need fresh air, but sometimes you just have to deal with the cold. Oh man, nothing is easy for some of us, eh? I guess only some live in the Garden of Eden. The rest of us have to freaking go through hell, right? I was joking with my friend today, but I was saying not being a hoe doesn't pay off. I can tell you that much. Not monetarily, I mean. Yoo-hoo! Cheer! Thank you! That cheers me up, actually. But it's, you know, I can't stop cracking jokes. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, what are you gonna do? Let all of this, you know, drag you down? Just because, you know, everything seems to be going to shit right now. No matter how much you try and what you're trying to do, you know, it's like, fucking A, man. I'm so sick of it some days, right? But, ultimately, like, I'm so sick of it some days for a little bit, and then I go, yeah, whatever, fuck it. What am I gonna do, you know? I'm not gonna sit on my ass and cry over it. I'm gonna try and do something to cheer myself up, and eventually, hopefully something will work out. You know, like yesterday, I was waiting for my soups, the good soups that I actually like, not this thing that has cottonseed in it and tastes like fucking shit. Yeah, it was very cheap, but you know, let's say it's not exactly the best freaking thing ever. My puppy is not feeling well. You know, my older baby, she's having hip problems, so I was in pain all night. I kept waking up. I was having really deep dreams, and I would wake up from the actual bother that I had on my hip specifically. And it happened like 3-4 times in the night. So, and I didn't sleep like for insane amount of hours. So I'm just, I think I'm just feeling her pain, and then she lets me give her EP, which usually, you know, she doesn't have a lot of patience usually to stay there for too long. And now she's taking it for a longer time because I think she's in pain. She's not really eating much, so I'm just wondering, you know, if, and I can hear her breathe, and it's like she has problems breathing. It's almost like there's something going on with her right now. So I try and keep it cheery, and I try and keep it happy, because I notice when I do that, she's happier and she's more relaxed. Yeah, and I'm not only using like I'm using the weakest of the mics, pretty much. So you can hear. Yeah, it's really hard for her to get up. So I made pasta and I made soup. I gave them food this morning, and the mice ate all the food, and I know they did because when the dogs eat, the bowls look spot clean, like it's like someone washed them. But when the mice eat, it's a fucking mess, and they make skid rows everywhere, you know, because they come from the wall, which is filthy, because there's mud and water and all kind of shit in there. Until they fix it, it's like, you know, these constant. Like yesterday, I spent 2 hours cleaning the place because it was disgusting, and today is not clean, by the way. But I didn't clean it yet. I'm like, I'm so fucking tired. Every goddamn day I have to do the same thing, you know? It's like some kind of penitence, you know? After having to clean all those idiots that were my clients before when I was a cleaner. Fuck, man. There's nothing like making you hate people, like having customer service and cleaning jobs, because you see how disgusting they are and how cheap they are. It really turns you into, you, you have choices. You can become really pissed about it, or you can just become a saint, you know, where you're looking and go, oh, they just don't know any better. And you keep vacillating from one to the other, because it's really bullshit, you know? Yeah, it's almost like, no, I just think she has something going on. It might be that she's, you know, it's been 12 years of life. I mean, maybe she's tired and she looks skinnier. It's true, I'm feeding them less because they were eating too much before. And they themselves stopped eating a lot. Even, you know, but for her, it's really weird that she doesn't eat a lot. I think there's something going on with possibly her stomach, and then, you know. Oh, see, I'm hearing someone on the bag right now. yeah, it's like they're not even scared of me now. Like they're comfortable coming around me. It's like I don't mind when they're outside. It's fine. It totally doesn't bother me. Is when they're in here, mice especially, they're horrible. Like they get in everything. And they destroy everything and they shit all over. That's the other thing that is disgusting about them. And I try to clean it, but it's like, I'm sorry, this is not, this shouldn't be happening in the first place. I shouldn't have to deal with this, you know? My roommate, who is not even that difficult, he's like, well, you know, if soon doesn't get fixed, I'm gonna ask, should I start paying less in rent? You know, because this is not really, you know, okay, right? And I'm like, look, it's because it costs a lot of money, right? Like, they have to spend $3,000 to do that stuff outside, so I'm sure they are trying to save money, you know? The wall is still broken, our wall. It's over 2 months now. It's just ridiculous. And the washer is leaking. That's why there was that problem with the water. So they made the floor slanting outside at least. So, you know, because it leaks and it goes outside. So when I was taking out my laundry today, um, one of my t-shirts fell on the ground that was dirty, and obviously now I have to wash it again. You know, it's just, you know how in life you have always choices, and there are people who, like the hoes, they choose to be porn stars and call it ASMR. You know, there's always those who try and cut corners and get the glory as if they did the work. Well, yeah, in life it's always this way. You can try and cut corners. It's not gonna solve the problem, and you're always gonna live a shitty life in that way, right? So to me, fixing little things like that, I would rather have a very simple car and actually have those things in place correctly than having this, you know, fancy car to show off and not have the minimal, you know, decent things in my home, right? And that's where you see people's, where they're at. You know, when I was cleaning, I saw a lot of people like this. They had the $300 to go and watch U2 and all those bozos, and then they always would try and scam the cleaner, right? And I would tell those people to go fuck themselves real quick. I would tell them, you can't clean your house, and you're telling me how to do it. First of all, I'm the expert, shut the fuck up. And second of all, kiss my ass if you think I'm gonna work for peanuts. You had the wrong gal, bitch. You know, it's like, sorry, I'm helping those who actually need the help, not the cunts who, pardon my French, have money for shit, bullshit, and then try and underpay me. And they always try and get away with this stuff. People are vile, man. They're vile because they're selfish little bitches, that's why. And then you have those truthers who, you know, like Acapulco, right? These assholes who make gazillion, like they show off, right? Like, oh, I have so much money. It's like, if you have so much money and you're really meaning what you're saying, then why aren't you helping people to get out of this shit? Why aren't you helping people like me run away from this, you know, fascist, communist shithole and, you know, actually have a free life? Oh, right, because you're not that different. You just say you are. And that's the bottom line, right? Like, these people are not at all what they claim they are in general. And I'm not talking about even here specifically. It's just, I think this is the result of that kind of thinking, where people, you know, don't think ahead. They don't realize that, oh, wait a minute, you know, like, what is really going on? Like, you know, just think about the fact that I don't have a plug in my bedroom. I don't actually have proper lighting in my bedroom. I literally had to run a cord, and I cannot use a lot of electronics in there. So even if I wanted to bring my computer and everything in there, which I don't have space for in there, really, I just don't. I have like very minimal amounts of space. And, you know, I'm looking at it going, I'm sorry, that it's not okay. Like, there is something very simple, and then there is not having the bare minimum, right? And this stuff was not brought up when we saw it. and also not having a window in one of the two bedrooms. And when I saw that, like, I'm claustrophobic, fucking idiots. Why do you think I haven't been out since all of you idiots have been wearing face diapers? It's because of that. That's the only reason why. They literally fucked me over. And then they come and tell me, oh, I have to care about their health. It's like, no. And this is what, like, this is the joke of the universe, in my opinion. Because it's a serious problem I have, and it's like, everything in my life is like putting this in front of me constantly. It's like, alright, I guess, eventually I'll get over it. For force, I'm not opposed to getting over it, but I hope some people go through the shit I've gone through so they can realize what kind of actual health issues they've caused me. And then there's always some loser who sends me some fucking picture with a mask. It's like, I just fucking told you this shit triggers me. Do you have no goddamn brain? Like, why do you think I don't watch anything? Because even programs where they literally wear them because they're trying to, make it the new normal, I don't watch them. I give them the thumbs down. Because it's like, this has no place online. Screw you. The fact that we're already enduring this everywhere else, right? But this is what I'm saying. It's like, but yeah, keep donating to Amaranth, right? Like, don't help people who are actually here, really, going out of their way, one, to actually offer something that is real support, two, to actually do real ASMR and have some kind of skills, unlike these hoes whose only skill is to show off their ugly butts and tits. And I'm sorry, she ain't a pretty girl. I know all of you are mesmerized by her, God knows why, but she's not that good looking, people. She's fake as fuck. I'm sorry. And she's so rude. Oh my god, it's like, how can you even like her? She's not wholesome at all. How can people even waste a minute? The way she was before, she was hiding it a little more, but now it's like, I don't even know, like, how people can like it. Every now and then I have friends who send me, little clips and stuff and go, look at this shit. I'm like, I don't wanna. Why do you think I blocked them all? I don't wanna see that, I wish they created a porn site for them already, Then I don't have to be mixed with their kind. It's so gross. But this is how it goes. I mean, it doesn't pay off to be a good person in this world. It just doesn't. If you want to make money, you have to be a fucking ego. And that's the only way. Fake as fuck. And, that's it. That's how it goes. Or play video games. That's the other stupid shit people waste time on. Oh yeah, keep playing video games, people. Keep getting stupider and stupider. Me, I'm only stuck at home because now the weather sucks, and also because I hate living in the city. I want to live in the country. I don't want to be inside all the time. It's not natural. I want to be outside. So, and that's what makes this endurable for me, is that, yes, there's a lot of bullshit that I have to put up with, but ultimately, I have, a little bit of nature at least that I can enjoy, because in the other place, I was stuck inside. Like, I've been stuck inside through the whole 2020. I was stuck in fucking inside, Well, not the whole thing, because I guess, yeah, no, the whole thing. And partial of the 2021. I'm losing time too now because, it's been so long, right? And I've been isolated, basically, because the only people I really saw in 2020 was my roommate and then this other friend of ours who was obsessed with the COVID, So I basically would tell him, look, I don't care what you think, just don't talk about that shit with me in my home. And that's it, That's all I said. And that's it. But the other people, I didn't see anybody. I didn't hang out with anyone. It's like, I'm sick of it. This is not a normal life, guys. I'm sorry, but online friends do not substitute real friends. And it's hard enough here in Canada to make new friends because these Nimrods here, they are so close-minded. They're British wannabes, right? Like, God forbid you're fucking friendly. Now, actually, the Brits who I met here told me that in Britain, they're not like that. They're way more friendly. Here, they're like cold fish, So it's not me saying it. And it's true, the Brits actually make me laugh a lot. And they are more friendly, the ones I met anyway, than these Nimrods here. They're just unbelievable, man. And they think they're better than the Americans. That's the other thing that makes me laugh about Canadians. It's like, oh yeah, you're so much better, eh? You think? Yeah. I don't have any more time. I'm telling you, I'm outie, man. I'm not gonna fucking live for a long time in this way. Also because, I mean, I literally don't, I'm not making any money right now. If, maybe I don't know, I made so little from the courses and the things that I can do online. It's ridiculous. It's just so fucking slow, you know? It's pathetic. And I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to live here. I don't want to live in this way. I've never wanted to live here. It's because of circumstances. Unlike Jeff Berwick, you know, some of us have worked our ass off for little money, so, and with very little health, so. Sorry, I wasn't as smart as you in fucking over people during hard times. Whether they fuck over people or not, it doesn't matter. The bottom line is they make money sitting on their ass and they think they're better. If it was for them, nothing would get done because they don't really actually ever do anything. It's concrete, you know? It's like there's always someone else doing real work. So shut the fuck up, you know? Yeah, I know you don't. Fuck her, man. I say it with love, but it's like people like her really do disgust me. All of them, though. It's not her particularly. It's just all of them are fucking gross, those girls. And guys, too. Like, anyone who supports that shit is like, whatever, man. Oh. Yo, the meetup apps. I don't use it anymore. It's all these fucking yappies on those meetups. Fuck, man. I tried to use the meetup app before. It must be like Vancouver though, because I wouldn't think the whole Canada is this way personally, and a lot of people I met from other parts of Canada actually were usually nicer, more, you know, real people. There's lots of fake people here. It's really funny, I find. You know, I lived in Verona, where it's very similar situation. You have a beautiful city, and then all these assholes who live in it, you know? And here is the same. It's just with a lot less good food, a lot less, you know, actual good buildings. Thank God the nature is nice here, and the setting of the city is gorgeous, but they ruined it with their shitty architecture. It's like, what drugs did you use when you designed these buildings? Because they were not good drugs, let me tell you. You know, a lot of the buildings here are shitholes. And the thing is, they are overly expensive, right? My dad used to kid around saying, yeah, you light a match and there goes your investment. Oh, but you got insurance. Another big con fucking shit. So, I'm sorry, man. I'm just so tired of this shit. I want out already, you know? I keep telling our God, you know, or however you want to call it, I don't fucking care. But I keep saying, just, can you let me out of this? Like, what use am I here exactly? Tell me. I spend most of my time either sick or working like a dog trying to barely survive, and alone, pretty much, because let's face it, unless they need something from me, where are they, you know? So, why am I here? What the fuck, you know, what the crap did I do, man? And yeah, I'm joking, obviously, because there's people who have way harder, but it's like, that doesn't make me feel any better. It makes me more enraged, actually, to how shitty this is, you know? And then you see the likes of Greta. What the fuck? What the fuck? Seriously, robots make money, but not real people? No, it's unbelievable. You get to the point, and then you hear the chauvinists, you know? Oh my god. Oh, women are irrational. Go fuck yourself, piece of shit. I am so tired of here. Or you get the feminists, you know, on the other side. It's like just as imbecilic to me. Yes, I made up that word, I know. But they're all imbeciles. They're all people who just, you know, are they even real people? I wonder about that, actually. You know? So I'm really done. Some days I'm just done, you know? I just want to check out. I'm tired of it. Honestly. It's not like it's been a great pleasure for me living this life. For the most part, it's been a big pain in the ass. And, you know, I had friends who never had chronic pain a day in their life. They always had money. They always were considered pretty. These people never had a fucking hard thing happen to them ever. And it wasn't until they actually went through consistent pain that they came to me and said, "Oh, now I understand." Go fuck yourself. You're a dumbass if you need to go through the thing to actually try at least to put yourself in place of someone else. You're an asshole. And that's the end of it, you know? It's like, go fuck yourself. At that point, you're like, so you treated me like shit for years, and now because all of a sudden you realize and you say sorry, it's supposed to be all under the fucking table? Go fuck yourself. Suffer. And maybe you'll become a better person. Saying sorry doesn't take away all the shit you fucking did before. Changing your attitude does. Words are cheap. Most of these people don't mean anything because then went right back to being the same person was before. You know? People, words are cheap. I look at how people behave. That's what stays. And that tells me more about them than anything else, actually. You know? Pikachu hates you. Are you sure? Are you sure Pikachu hates you? Pikachu! Oh my god. Yeah, it's like when I hear these people, you know, they talk about new age stuff and the 5D and all this shit, and they clump it all together. It's like, you're just a bunch of idiots. You have never experienced certain things. You heard the woke people who are idiots. The QAnon people are the idiots. Like, yeah, you get a lot of fucking fake truthers. Obviously, they throw them everywhere. Most flat earthers who are famous are fucking shills. I mean, take your time, right, to look at these people. But the bottom line is, just because they're a shill, not everything they say is bullshit. You have to be able to pick them through and have the time to go after the things, right? But these people are not after the truth. They're just after being famous, having a cushy life, and feeling superior to others. And then they come and try and treat people like me like that. It's like, go fuck yourself, bitches. I've been busting my ass my whole life. I ain't an e-ho. I showed you I can do it no problems, and that's why I did it. Doesn't take much. Even at my age, I can still look better than those fucking cheap hoes, because guess what? Unlike them, I have a little bit of elegance and a little bit of knowledge. But they obviously never had real sex. They don't know how to do it, and it shows. And they're selfish. So they cannot be good lovers because they're selfish. So everything they do is fake. And when you look at them, if you know and you've been there, you laugh and you go, fuck, they're such noobs, man. I don't even know how people can find that attractive. When I was younger, I would have never even looked at that. And I knew nothing. You know, that's unbelievable to me. But they know it all. Well, yeah, no. My roommate goes, oh, some of them, you know, it's obvious they never had anything, but, you know, they just know how to work it. I'm like, I think you're confusing the fact that their audience is just a bunch of, they have 10,000 idiots watching them. You're getting confused. They're not good at it. Their audience is just idiots. That's why. The IQ has gone really down, you know, IQ, EQ. These people are just not that bright. So put anything in front of them that slightly resembles, you know, what they think they're attracted to, and poof. Oh my god. It's funny though. I find it really funny. I'm surprised you guys are not gobbling down turkey right now, like all the other Nimrods who, you know, have no problems abusing animals. Oh, but we need respect, but we will not bring any respect. Respect is earned. No, respect is given. Fuckheads, that's why we are in this fucking shit. It's because people don't give respect. They have a checklist on, you know, if you don't have this and this, I'm not gonna respect you. When you do that, that's where all the problems come from. It's pathetic. And then they try and also defend their... I even had someone telling me that women getting hit on by other guys is not the same as guys hitting on guys. It's like, oh yeah, so you're a guy. Explain to me, how would you know? Have you been a woman? You know how it feels? So shut the fuck up. You know, it's like, but if you tell them something, oh, well, you know, it's like, dudes, think. Goddamn think. And it's not one person who has told me, oh, throughout my life, if I could have $1 for each idiot who has said such stupid shit to me. I come from a highly chauvinistic country. What do you think? You know, women there are good for being barefoot and pregnant, you know, being slaves. And under Mussolini, he was promoting men going to the bar and fucking, you know, being unfaithful. And that was right. That was Mussolini. And some people still try and defend what Mussolini did. It's like, sorry, dudes, you can talk about bullshit as much as you want, but call it what it is. Whether it's communism, whether it's, you know, they all treat you like garbage. And that is the bottom line. So the rest is just semantics. But these people hate when you put them in front of their own stupidity, you know? Oh yeah, this is my channel. No way. Tell them I call you man. Oh, I hate it when they tell me, when they call me man. It's like, go fuck yourself. You know, I don't have any silicone in my body. Unlike those fake O's, my boobs are real. And God knows, I always ask for smaller ones because it's a real pain in the ass. It's a pain in the back, actually. And wearing those bras is a real pain in the ass. And it's not even healthy. Unfortunately, necessary. Well, sort of. I'm still trying to absorb them by, you know, doing push-ups. My problem is that I injure my shoulder, so I had to stop doing push-ups, and, you know, so it's not easy to work out when you have injuries in your back and your shoulder, in parts where it kind of pulls everywhere. And if I overwork stuff, then they start flaring up, even now. So I have been a little, you know, that's why I bought that ball and I could never even blow it out, because I don't have space. I literally don't have space right here, so to do anything inside until the good weather comes. I'm kind of stuck. The only place where I can use my hula hoop is on my bed, and I'm not sure I want to do it because my mattress is not very hard, so I think I'll kink my back. And I don't have the same pain I used to have before. Like, I had chronic pain all the time, so at least I don't have that. But there are times when I get that pain now, I go, how the hell did I do it? How did I not murder someone when I was in this much pain, like, all the time? You know? Your brain goes crazy after a while when you're in pain 24/7. And a lot of people have not experienced it, so they don't realize how it really is, you know. So that's why they so blindly went and accepted a lot of that shit. They don't realize how they're all gonna be fucked over in the end. But whatever, what can we do? We're just gonna look at the good stuff. I agree with Richard Willett. He talks about this in his podcast, and I agree with him. You know, there's all these people who just focus on the shit. There's all these people who just, you know, are using the energy healing stuff in the wrong way, and they claim that they know what they're doing, and they're not. And then there's few of us who actually are doing the right thing, and usually we're not famous. Nobody really talks to us because we're overlooked as fuck, and that's okay. You know, that's how it's supposed to be. I think it's because most people are simply not able to even see anything at all. Like, they're just not there. So I don't know. I just stopped giving a flying fuck, to be honest, about anything. I'm tired. I'm tired of even like YouTube keeps censoring you no matter what you do, you know, like they allow these hoes to like lick mics, and you know, basically they are promoting pedophilia, these people, under ASMR, right? Oh, schoolgirl licking mic, you know, like that's pedophilia, and they allow this shit and nobody says anything. You know, it's like, no, it's not okay. But then if you say anything that goes against the propaganda, oh, you know, and that could come any day because they won't do anything, and then some loser goes in and reports, and of course, because you know they don't want to lose the money, it's all about money. We know that. But it's not really all about money. They want to make you believe it's all about money, but it's not, because money to these people is nothing. They have so much anyway, and they can print it, so they can print as much money as they want. But it's the same thing with the cryptocurrency, right? They got everybody where they wanted them to be. So everybody's dependent on this technology now. And like that guy in New Zealand that got, basically, this activist that got cut off from everything. And for 6 weeks, he was not able to communicate, use anything, blah, blah, for doing what is rightfully his right to, you know, go and protest for this draconian bullshit that they're trying to impose everywhere. And the shit that he has gone through. And because he had also complex PTSD as a kid, he probably had his own issues, I guess. And you can tell, because as he was talking, I could tell. Like before he even said he had complex PTSD, I'm like, oh, because you recognize each other. It's like there are certain things we do to lighten the mood, because, and laughter is one of them, cracking shitload of jokes and being silly. And to people who didn't go through certain things, we look crazy. We're not, though. You are the fucking crazy ones who judge people without knowing what exactly they went through. Like all these idiots. You know, I used to have lots of different friends before. And this particular Jewish friend we had, he was from France. And he moved here to Canada. And he was an asshole like you wouldn't believe. He was a chauvinistic piece of shit. But not because he was Jewish or because he was from France. He was just like that. And he was telling at a dinner table, so the hostess, she could speak French, and she was pretty rude because she was speaking in French with him, well knowing that the other 3 parties at the table couldn't speak French. Now, I can understand quite a bit because being Italian, you know, French comes from Latin, Italian is the new Latin, so yeah, I can pick up a lot of shit, but it's rude to do such a thing. You don't speak a language not everybody can understand. It's just plainly fucking rude. And this stupid woman was hosting the dinner, so I couldn't just tell her off because I would have. And, you know, I just shut up and I sat there. And at some point, they finally deigned to speak English so everybody else could understand them. And he goes, yeah, you know, my parents adopted these Muslim kids. And I'm telling you, there's something wrong with them. And he was going on and on about it. And I'm looking at him, right? And I thought to myself, yeah, I mean, some of them are being abused heavily. Duh, they're gonna have issues. No, it was intrinsically because they were Muslim. And that's what he was saying. And the way he behaved with anybody else around him was appalling. This guy, they were trying to set me up with this dude. And I was like, what the fuck were you thinking? Are you dumbasses? Like, seriously. He's ugly inside out. He was so buffed. They look like a porker. Not my kind at all. I don't like people who go to the gym to get buffed up. You look fake as fuck to me. I like real fucking people. And, you know, it was, and he was one of those guys who became a guard at the border. And he would tell us the stories of how he liked to subdue others at the Canadian border, how he liked to mistreat them because he had the power. He was literally telling us this. And I was looking at my friends going, why am I friends with you? You're friends with this idiot. What the fuck is wrong with you? You know what I mean? They were all Jewish, like, you know, so of course I was the only one, the goy, so. Man, I'm telling you. So when people try and hate on Jews, I'm like, dudes, it'll be so easy for me to hate on them. I've been around a lot of assholes, and you know what? They're not just Jewish. That's the thing. So I try not to go down that path. It's surely true that they know how to make you hate them sometimes. And they give Jews a bad name, those people, because they are the reason why people hate them. Unfortunately. And not all of them deserve it at all. Just like, you know, not all Italians are assholes, not all Americans are like that fucking transcription company that treated me like shit just because I told them call someone else a slacker, piece of shit. I may be stupid sometimes, but hey, who isn't? I'd rather be called stupid than a slacker. Thank you very much. Because see, I can deal with slacker, but stupid is forever. Sorry, I can deal with stupid, but slacker is forever. Yes, I mixed it up. Did I get your attention? It's just stupid. I really am sick of being here. And it's not because I feel like I'm superior or anything. I'm disgusted by how people behave. I've been disgusted my whole life by how people behave. That's why I went through a period where I just didn't want anything to do with almost anyone. Because I was like, this sucks. You know? This earth sucks because of all of you assholes. All of the people who have money, waste it on bullshit, use it to leverage others, to take advantage of them. I've seen it too many times in my life. It's like, it's not a fucking dream. It's a reality of things. And there's very few decent people out there who really do deserve to be, you know, treated properly. The others, honestly, they deserve every shit that they get, in my opinion. I'm not God, but fuck, lucky for them. Because they'll already be burning in hell if it was for me. Go and suffer a little more. See if you wake up, you know, from your trance. I'm just tired of having to deal with them. And then they always feel superior to you, you know. They always feel like they can put you down, you know. Like those people who try and pass as your friends, right? And then you ask a simple question. What do you think about this flat thing? Do you really think you live on a spinning globe? Where did you see this curvature? Let's talk about it. And they just laugh at you because you're looking at things from a different perspective and you're not accepting blindly the lies that they've been feeding us all along. It's like, no, because unlike you, I do not care about looking stupid. In a world filled with idiotic SLEEPLE, who the fuck cares if you think I'm stupid? You're a moron. You blindly believe in the fucking narrative that they told you without any shred of proof. I studied physics. I had A's. I asked those questions. And the teacher didn't have a fucking answer. Why is that? Or the answer was, oh, it's too complicated to explain. Is it now? Or is it because you don't fucking know the answer and you know that it's based on a fucking lie? Something is not right. And you don't want to admit it. Why is that? Oh, don't be a shit disturber. Oh no, let's all be SLEEPLE. That's right. Let's all blindly follow the idiots, you know, and then wonder why the fucking earth is a piece of shit. It's because of all the fucking idiots who went along with the bullshit and never gave a shit. And then they'll call people like me Don Quixote. I know, I grew up with people like this. Oh, why do you care? Why don't you care? That's the question I ask. Why don't you care that somewhere in fucking China they were treating people like shit and killing them off because, oh, they just wanted to be part of this religion? Why don't you care? Why don't you care that the fucking, in Middle East they keep fighting with each other? Why don't you care that it's all based on a lie? Why don't you care that they announced the 9/11 two towers going down 25 minutes before it actually fucking happened on Fox's News? I was at work, so I didn't have a chance to watch this. But how many people watched this live and didn't give a shit and didn't even notice? And we are the crazy ones? No, you are. And on top of it, they make fun of you. And that's what I find unbearable. It's like, go fuck yourself. You're obviously the idiot here. So if anyone is gonna make fun, it's gonna be me making fun of you. Not the other way around. And you ain't my friend if you act in that way. You're a piece of shit. So at least, if you want to be a piece of shit, have the balls to fucking own it. You know? I have zero fucking patience for these people. No, because I'm not a poser. And I'm not a fucking guru. I do not like assholes. I always say it. I never pretended to be a guru. I'm not a fucking guru. When I see an asshole, I literally want to burn them down, man. If I had the power to just fucking burn them down right there, I would. And I would say problem solved. You know? And I'm not a violent person. But when you are a piece of shit and you go around only hurting people and never giving a fuck about other people, why the hell should you fucking be treated any better? I am a strong believer that some people need to fucking go through the shit to even realize slightly how fucked up it is. But you know, the thing is with those people, when they go through the shit, then for some reason it's always worse than for everybody else. Narcs. Narcissistic losers. Yeah, look, some days it's like, fuck, man. I always tell God, why did you fucking send me here? I did not choose to come back. And if I did, I was high on bad drugs that day. I didn't know what I was doing. 'Cause I have been crying since my mom said that when I was born, I basically was crying all the time. And in Italy, they would bring you to your mommy, so she would feed you, right? And then they would take you back in the baby's rooms. And that's why I thought that I was exchanged and I wasn't really their kid, like, for a long time. Then I started thinking I was adopted because I was so different than all of them. But that's another story. And she told me that each time, the whole week she was there, they would take me to her, and she would take the whole time to calm me down, and then it was time to take me away. And so I never would eat. Probably that's why I overate the rest of my life. So I just never wanted to be here. This ain't what it's supposed to be. This earth. The way it is right now, and it has been all along, because come on, people can kid themselves saying, oh, it was better before. It was never fucking better. When I was a kid, I grew up around my grandma, and she was 65 years older than me, and she went through 2 wars, and it was never better. And I've seen how they lived. So, people can kid themselves as much as they want. They didn't have as many pollutants, they didn't have all this techno bullshit to basically, you know, live a fake life the way we are forced right now. But, they had a hard life. I mean, they didn't have washer and dryers, you know, and all that. So, people can say what they want. I just think there's something really wrong in how things have been. And I personally, I'm tired of being here. I don't want to be here anymore. I have been saying it for a long time. In fact, when my dad died, I was 35, and I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm ready to go. Like, when he died, seeing what he has gone through, and after the life we had, I was like, what's the point? I literally threw my, you know, and when my dog died 10 months later, I was like, fuck this, man. What the fuck? You know? WTF? Who the fuck wants to live here anymore? And there was so much shit going down in my family, like it was a death after the other, and how everybody behaved so selfishly, and how some members of the family were literally forgotten, and there was nothing I could do about it. I had no, if I had had some money, you know, to actually, if I had some ways to help these people, I would have. But it seems that all the people who care and are actually really good at heart are never able to have that wealth to actually, you know, and the ones who have the wealth just don't have the heart. Why are we here? Fuck you. Do your own bidding, God. You made these assholes, you deal with them. That's my take now on it. I'm fucking done, honestly. You know? And before, I would try and talk to losers now. That's why I just ban people. It's like, you're an asshole, get the fuck out. I don't want to see you. You know? You can be whatever you want to be, just not around me. That's my take on it, basically, right now. That's the end of it. It's just, I'm sick of it. And I'm, you know, I keep myself entertained, and I keep myself trying to be positive. But it's becoming really burdensome in a way. I'm like, yeah, that's how I feel. Sometimes I just feel like break it up. That's when I listen to the Ride of the Valkyries. And I used to rip that up. Yeah, I'm just, and then you hear all these fucking fake gurus, right? Oh, you have to stay in the middle. You have to not love them or hate them. It's like, oh, fuck yourself. Go try and be one of those kids who is abused and is treated like shit and see how you will feel neutral about it. It's like, go fuck yourself. I say it with love, but some people, you can tell they're so full of shit because the way they speak is so fake and they use their words very carefully. It's like, dudes, I read way too many books in my life. I speak two languages quite well, and while I forgot a lot of English grammar at this point, I can always go back and pick that up real quick. I have the Chicago style, book, and I have all kinds of grammar shit. I've done it my whole life. I clearly can do this no problems. And unlike many people, I catch on the words that they use because I look at the etymology. Because when I learned English, that's how I remember things. If I don't have something else associated with the word, my brain will not just remember things unless there is an actual logic. So that's why I went deep into things. I needed to do so in order to use my memory because it was damaged by the fucking bullshit I went through as a kid. And that was not my fault. Back then, yeah, I was a victim because I had no way of protecting myself. Now, I'm everything but a victim. Now I can rip anyone who comes at me with their fucking tongue, It's like, yeah, you want to have a word with me? Let's go, bitch. You're gonna cry at the end. I know, because I've had proof over and over of how brutal it fucking become when you're an asshole. But I don't do it now because it's pointless. It's wasted energy. Those people don't change. When they behave in that vile way, it means they haven't suffered enough. So then I say, God, you made this shit. If I made kids like that, I would teach them how not to be that way. Fuck, you don't create the monster and then let it go out free. No, you deal with that monster you created. And if kids become monsters because their parents are. So stop blaming the fucking kids. You are the issue. You shouldn't have been breeding, maybe, if you weren't ready for it, And a lot of these people are that way. Like, these people who laugh at you when you go as if flatter is not, right? This moron is like, oh, I looked out the oblong of the window of the plane and it was round. Oh, you mean the fucking windows that are round and obviously will make you look everything with the curvature? Because, I mean, did you not study at all physics and lenses? Do you not have a goddamn brain? Do you not have a camera? Have you ever tried to play with a fisheye lens? Or, I get it, my dad had like gazillion cameras, so maybe I had an advantage. But he didn't teach me anything. I learned shit by observing him and trying to figure out myself. Because my dad was an extreme chauvinist. He never fucking taught me shit. He taught everything to my brother. But me, I was a girl. What the fuck would I care? Well, if he paid attention, he would have learned that, oh, she actually cared a lot about this stuff. So I was impaired by the people who were supposed to help me. And there was a lot of stuff available there, but me, I always was the second, I wasn't as important. I wasn't the male in the family. So when these fucking shows come and try and be chauvinistic to me, it's like, dude, you have zero effect on me. I grew up in this kind of environment. I can take you down any day, and you're not a man if you're a chauvinist. You're a fucking piece of shit. Realize it. Go in front of a mirror and go ahead and shame yourself. You deserve it, at least. You're just as bad as those fucking feminists. Oh, I'm a feminist because we believe in everybody being the same. Then why do you call it feminism, fucking idiot? You don't even realize you're using a word that is derogatory to everybody else who is not feminine? No, I'm sorry. I'm a straight shooter, and I hate fake. It's just something I honestly cannot stand. That's why I had so many problems with Geminis in my life, even though my moon is in Gemini. Is because Geminis are so fucking fake because they always want to be in the crowd. So if they're with some kind of crowd, they'll behave in a way. If they're with someone, so they're never really themselves. They're always playing a part. And I cannot stand people like that. There is a difference between being polite and knowing how to behave in a certain setting where, if you go to Turkey or, not Turkey, but if you go to any Middle Eastern countries where, it's against their religion, whatever, to show too much skin, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's respect. You don't go there dressing up like Amorants would. You have a little bit of brain and you respect that. But there is a difference between having respect and actually completely changing who you are and giving an impression that is completely different than who you are, simply because you want to feel like you fit in. You don't have the balls to be yourself and just be, no, this is how I think. You know, you're not offensive to other people. But this is why I had problems with Gemini my whole life. Because Gemini come across as very fake. They're not always that way. But they do come across that way. And that's why I can stand people who are like that. They tell you one thing. People who dig at you. You know, it's like when people think I dig at them, I'm like, that's not who I am. If I dig at you, you'll know. Because it'll be fucking obvious. I'll make it so obvious. I'll make you cry. I am not a person. I will use methods like that when people use them on me. Then I turn it right back at them and I go, did you like that? Then why the fuck are you doing it with me? It's a whole different story. I don't go out and just use stupid shit because, oh yeah, let's dig at each other. Let's piss on each other. What kind of good feeling do you have by doing that? What have you achieved now? Exactly. You know? And this is where I'm at. I am just tired. I am sick of all these retards. I am sick of assholes who don't know anything about energy healing and shit put us all in, oh, new age. No, what I do is so old age that new age is what you fucking Western shit care assholes do. Get it straight. And unlike you, I have actual experience in this, so I have a real frame of reference and actual knowledge. While you pieces of shit may have read all kinds of books, but you have zero direct experience. Hence, you don't have any experience that is actually important. And you're not looking for the truth. You're obviously just looking to make a lot of money because that's what it is. You can tell who they are because they have a lot of followings. They have millions of morons following them like Sleep, you know, SLEEPLE. Oh yeah, I'm a sheep. I'm a human sheep. Whatever you say, master. You know? And they're so scared of appearing stupid for even wondering about stuff. It's like, who the fuck cares? Everybody's stupid at some point. That's how you learn. If you don't make mistakes, if you don't dare to go and look at things, how are you gonna ever find the truth about anything? Well, you're gonna trust others? You don't want to trust the opinion of someone else? Someone who is just like you? A human being who has, you know, a limited point of view? I will listen to them, but will I take their word over my own personal experience? No. Fuck no. Go fuck yourselves. Enough with this shit. And that's why people get so uncomfortable when you ask them, where do you see that curvature? I have never seen it. And as far as I'm concerned, we haven't established yet which way it is. So why are you laughing at me for even asking these questions? I'm not saying it's one way or the other. I'm just saying, to me it looks that way. I'm investigating. Why is this so funny? Oh, because you don't have the balls to go and actually take time to look into that. And why is it important? Well, it's because the heliocentric model actually makes you feel like you're insignificant, stupid, and powerless. And that's the whole point. And that's where also my other problem is. Just like all this religion bullshit. Oh, God, he's gonna punish you. Oh, you're not gonna be saved. Who the fuck cares? I don't believe in any of that shit. God works by inclusion, not exclusion. So anyone who tries and put fear into you is really just trying to make you feel not very powerful. And he's trying to make you doubt yourself. And he's trying to make you, what, you know? Feel like you're just not good enough. No, you are good enough. But have the balls to be yourself. Have the balls to fucking look at things with your own point of view. Not with someone else's sold, badly sold point of view, may I say. Because NASA does a really bad job of selling. And if you go to Cape Canaveral, which I have done when I was 16 with my parents, or 17, whatever, I was really young. And when I was there, and I was really into this space stuff, because my dad was, and I really always liked this shit, I was there, and I remember clearly feeling that it just felt like it was all just a big show. And, you know, I was looking at the curvature, I couldn't find it, and I was wondering, I wasn't really saying anything to anyone, because I was already always considered the weird kid, And, you know, I was Don Quixote for my family, so I was always fighting, you know, these things that for them wasn't that important. But for me, it was like, you're basically, you know, buying a lot of the propaganda without even questioning me. I would question everything. And they would tell me, stop asking questions. You know, like they were so tired of me asking questions. It's like, I ask questions because I'm trying to understand. That's why I ask questions. Do you want me to just assume things without asking questions and really understanding the full problem? It makes no sense to me. I'm sorry. You know? So, yeah, I am tired of living here. I am one of those people who is just, I mean, tired from day one of being here. And I really hope that, you know, one way or the other, I'm out of here because I'm just tired. I mean, I know I can just go off and jump off a bridge and it'll be over. I don't see myself doing stuff like that. Especially, you know, I wouldn't want to leave my puppies, and for everybody else, I don't really give a shit, actually. Just my dogs. Everybody else can take care of themselves. But I don't see myself ever doing stuff like that because it's just insanity at that point, right? Like, you don't see a way out, and so that's a way out. And I knew people who did that stuff, and, you know, I always felt sad because nobody kills themselves unless they are really desperate, and that's the bottom line. So I don't look at it as a way out. However, if I was forced to choose one way or the other, I don't know. I mean, I've learned from experience that until you go through certain things, you don't really know how you're gonna react. And I have surprised myself many times when I was in situations where I thought I would be very shy and stuff, and instead, you know, I was like the total opposite. So I know in survival mode we all do stuff that we never thought possible, so I don't rule much out other than I will never hurt someone else who is defensive. If someone was trying to hurt me, I would do everything I can to protect myself and the people around me. But I wouldn't use violence. It's counter-violence for me. I hate violence. Violence for me is like this thing that idiots use because they need to subdue you. The bullies use that. Good people don't need violence. Good people, people who are emotionally intelligent, they always try and find a way to talk things out and find a common ground. And that is the bottom line. But they also know that respect is given, not earned. They know this because when you give respect, you are leading by example. You cannot expect other people to respect you if you don't show respect first. So those who say respect is earned are actually very brainwashed still, unfortunately, and they're very arrogant about who they are, and you know how they somehow think they have a leg to stand on when judging others. It's like, really? And they're usually preppy people. They're usually people who haven't had chronic pain, who haven't had money issues, you know, who haven't really had a lot of issues in terms of feeling they are worth something in this society. They have validation from their life, whether they went to school or, you know, they had success for what society accepts success to be. And those people usually I've had around me my whole life because I come from a very affluent place in Italy, right? Verona was, at least back then, an affluent place. And so people would work a lot, like 16 hours days, but they also had a shitload of money. And you know, I can't stand all that, you know, and you see a lot of men, for example, being all chummy with other men or with women who are man-like, but then they treat people who are different than them like shit. And it's like, yeah, and then you complain about the feminists. The feminists are just the opposite of who you are. That's why you detest them. You both behave like assholes. It's like, neither one of you has space in my life, by the way. I can't stand people like that. It's like, wow, you're still at that level where, you know, you're attacking people based on their sexuality and you claim they're one way or the other, you know? So, well, I'm on the carousel, but I can always take myself out. That's what I'm saying. is that, you know, there's always a way. So I'm working on that, and that's what I'm focusing on. I want to be out of here. I'm done with this shit. So whether it's jumping off a bridge or actually finally floating away, I don't want to deal with this shit anymore. I'm done. I didn't create this mess. People who created it can deal with it. I'm honestly fed up. And I keep going in a circle, you know, when I look at this, because I'm stuck where I am right now. Physically, I mean. Not as much. My spirit is good. My spirit is doing great. It's not that. It's really because when I get stuck in this point of view, you know, where I'm like, yeah, I'm stuck at home. I have this mask problem. You know, nobody gives a shit. Nobody fucking really... There's nobody really here around me who I can even talk to about anything. My roommate rolls his eyes when we start talking about certain... It's like, what the fuck? What is this? You know? And then you see all these Nimrods having... Oh, we have so many friends. Like, why? Why am I here? What the fuck? You know? It's like, come on. And my stream doesn't have anybody really most of the time. Like, really, I look up and I go, what the fuck am I here for? Like, is this just for me then? Am I just supposed to learn something out of it? And I'm not learning it clearly, because otherwise, you know, I wouldn't still be here. Right? Things have changed already for the better, not for the worse. You know? Fuck, man, seriously. But so far, you know, I do get answers and stuff. It's just on this very topic, not yet. Still snitch, so whatever. You know, it is what it is. Anyway, it's pointless to keep going around, right? I'm just rambling away. But anyway, at least I have the laundry done now. Now let's see if I can get some food, and well, I have to ask if they can get some food. I have to get on and sell my car and get on with all that. I was just waiting because the weather has been so shitty. It's hard to go out and take pictures. And I was looking through all these options, you know, solutions to do this and that, but it's really just tough. It's just, I mean, the whole point is that they wanted to crush anybody who was white and independent economically, right? So, not working as a slave, and so mission accomplished. And they knew that all the rich fucks who call themselves anarchists, and they don't really help anyone else but themselves, and so they basically knew that it would be easy to divide people and conquer, right? And so at this point, to me, it's like, you know what? There's nothing else I can do. There's always a way out. They can't take that away from you. But if I go down that road, I'll make sure that first I do a shitload of damage, don't worry. If that's my only option, they're gonna regret some shit they've done. Yep. But it's about time the assholes start paying, that's what I'm... It's about time that all the people who fucking went along with the bullshit start paying for everything. But no, you have to forgive them. Yeah, I'll forgive them. Here, come here. Here, Try a little bit of your own medicine, piece of shit. See how you like it. Oh, you don't? Well, then don't do it to other people. Yeah? Grow a fucking pair. Jerks. Alright, let's do some ear licking, guys. Come on, I'll put on my hose suit and let's do some porn. Come on. I'm just being funny, but fuck, some days. Ugh. And I keep blocking people because there's always more. It's like they keep popping up. I swear the universe is mocking me. See, she keeps breathing heavily, my puppy. I wonder if it's also because of like this. I don't know. I don't know. I guess living for 3 years and a half on a very busy road wasn't very healthy for us, right? For our lungs. Because we don't smoke cigarettes and stuff, and we never smoke inside, so it's not like they were around smoke or anything like that. So I don't know. And good luck going to a vet, because right now, if you don't wear a face diaper, you know. And even if, in my case, my problem is not even that, like, if you have an exemption, you don't wear it, but then you're not allowed to go anywhere, and everybody else is wearing them. So for me, again, it's the problem that everybody else is wearing them, and that triggers me, right? So, it's very frustrating. I feel frustrated when I can't get over things. It really pisses me off. It's like when I used to smoke and I would pick up and quit constantly because I never really had a strong addiction to it. For me, it was really something that I did because I was rebelling, because my brother and my father were smoking at the table when we were traveling in the US, and I hated the smell of it. I was 16 and then 17, and they would do it because they were chauvinists, and my dad was paying all the bills, right? So my mom had no rights, and that's the Italian way of assholes. And so when I would complain, my mom would go, "Oh, I know it's up," but it would still keep going on. And then sometimes she would say, "No, that's it. We're not sitting with you then. We're gonna go at our own table." And I was like, "Fine." But my mom wasn't as combative as me. She's a Libra, and she's an October Libra, and they, God forbid they ever look like assholes. That's, you know, they always want peace and quiet, but it's like, at whose expenses? You know, at some point you have to fucking stand up for what's right. So she would stand up when it was really unbearable. Well, me, I just have no patience for any of that bullshit. It's like, you want to smoke at the table, go fuck yourself. You have no respect for everybody else. So, at some point on the second trip we did to the States, where for a month and a half, no, that was not, that was the first, was a month and a half. The first trip was a nightmare. We all had to sleep in the same room because they wanted to save money because it was already so expensive. So it was a real nightmare being with all of them because they want to stay up late. Oh my god, it's like the whole, honestly. But anyway, the second time it was with the friends. So we had all these retards who were friends with my brother who came along, including my ex-boyfriend who was his friend, and this other dude who was coming after me. So I had these two imbeciles that were fighting over me, who I was 17 years old, and I was very retarded when it came to sex and all that. I was very slow at moving, and that was because of the trauma I didn't enroll, but, you know, obviously. And also, I just didn't care. I had all these other things in my mind, you know, so... But these idiots were literally fighting over me, and I was like, you're two idiots. Like, you know, I don't want any of you. I just look at you as friends. Just get over it already, right? But anyway, it was a pain in the ass, that trip, and you know, it's also because they were smoking. And so what I started doing was, I was smoking behind their back with my ex, who, you know, was still trying to get me back for whatever reason. And he would buy the cigarettes, and then I would smoke the cigarettes behind my parents' and everybody else's, because I was like, I'm so pissed off. So my brother can smoke, that's okay. But me, I have to always be the perfect little girl. You know, go fuck them. It's like they have no respect. So I have to sit at a table where you're smoking, and I just have to smoke secondhand smoke, which is just as bad as you smoking a cigarette. So I might as well do it myself. At least I don't smell your shit more. So that's why I was smoking. I was smoking because I was fucking pissed at them. And when I was little, my grandpa was smoking around me. And when I was 5, I asked him if I could have a puff, because I would always see him. And I almost choked. And that smell of cigarette, for me, when I was really stressed out, it would remind me of home. And it was a really twisted way, but it took me a long time to figure out why. Because I hated the smell, I hated the feeling. I would feel really sick after I smoked a cigarette, because it gives you that hyper tension, whatever. So it wasn't pleasurable for me in any way, shape, or form, other than I would associate unconsciously all this shit to it. So, you know, even then, when I had this thing with cigarettes, I hated it. I couldn't stand it. Every time I was really, really nervous, I would have to have a cigarette, because I was so nervous, and the cigarette would make me feel worse, and I knew it, but I couldn't stop it until I tapped. And then when I tapped on other issues, all of a sudden I stopped smoking, and I never ever even thought about it again. So, you know, obviously when people have a true addiction where they love it, because I've met people like that, they love the smell of it, they love everything about it, for them it'll be harder to quit. But for me, it was emotional, and it's not easier in that way. But I can't even stand pot in a way. Like, I don't like the smell of smoke, and I don't like the taste of it in my mouth. Like, it's because it's cheaper than buying oil, and it still takes away the pain, and it doesn't make me high. But if I could afford the oil and just shoot that in my mouth, and I would be happy. If I could afford nothing, you know, if I could have no pain at all, that would be even easier. But I thought my hip was better, actually, and then, you know, last night it was flaring. I don't know if it's because it's colder, more humid now, I'm not sure, but, or because I'm being really stressed about money and not having income and not knowing, and I don't want to apply for fucking help, because they are gonna tell you that, oh, you have to have the vaccine, because that's what they're trying to do here. And I've already applied for the relief. They only give it to you for, you know, not for the full year. So, and it's like really, you know, minimal. So good luck making it last. And it's gone. And now I'm sitting here going, oh, so I have to apply again for, you know, oh, I don't wanna. I work enough. I should be able to fucking make enough money to support myself. It's ridiculous. You know, these hoes who don't have any fucking skills, they make a lot of money because they're hoes and sex sells. It's disgusting. It's like, God, seriously, get me out of this fucking hell, or I'm gonna do it myself. And I'm gonna make sure if I jump on cement. I'm not jumping in water. I'm not an idiot. I do my research before I do shit, so there is no painless way to go, by the way. It's bullshit. I think the one that can be considered painless is if you take pills, and I don't know. But I don't think it's painless anymore. Depends how, if you fall asleep first. Yeah. I like to joke about that stuff, but I would never, like, you have to be out of your mind, I think, to do shit like that. Desperation. Yeah. And I feel bad when I hear people that are in that position. I mean, we used to have this client who had a boyfriend like that, and the night he went to jump off the bridge, this guy made sure he jumped on the concrete, not in the water, so he was gone. And he was trying to take her with him. And I saw him walk around outside that night, and he looked deranged. Like, it was obvious there was something wrong with him. Like, he looked really not himself. And then, you know, some days later, she told us, and I was shocked. I was like, holy fuck. You know, I felt so bad, because I was like, nobody wants to go in and do those things, because they don't have anything and they don't feel anybody can help them, right? And everybody hates them because they're usually a problem for most people. So I guess some days I'm just tired. Anyway, it is what it is. My dogs, they're both so sleepy. It's crazy. One of them has not yet come up from the bedroom. Like, she has been in there the whole day. I don't know how she cannot need to pee, to be honest. I wish I had their bladder. It'd be a lot easier. Anyway, I made them some food. I'm gonna go and feed them a little bit because maybe now they'll eat something. We'll see. At least I want to go and wake them up. But I'm here if anybody wants a reading or whatever. Just gonna put it there. I'm gonna insist on putting it on the flat so people can ridicule it as much as they want, but you can actually hear it through this mic as well. It's crazy. Like, I have the lowest of all mics on right now, and because I'm tired of the electromagnetic forces, I was taking a break today. I just feel some days like my throat is really sore from all this energy that the mics give off. I aged a lot more in this past year and a half, I find. Because like, I can tell, like, my skin, everything is just like way worse than it used to be. And I know it's because I spend most of the time in front of the computer inside. And in this past few months at least, I could go out during the day somewhat, but I really think that all this electromagnetic stuff, all these, it's just, I can feel, like, I feel better in many ways because I've been eating well and I've been much better than anyway before and stuff, and less and stuff. But I also feel these bad forces, you know, that are acting on my body because of working too much on the computer. Even like the keyboard, sometimes my hands feel tingly from when I type too much. If my hands are too much on the keyboard itself, it's like it gives off some kind of energy, and I know we cannot see it, well, most of us, but I can feel it, and it's there, and it's really tiresome. So sometimes I'm just, you know, I'm glad I have that mic in the back. I was thinking, oh, you have too many mics, but I ended up keeping it because I realized, no, I actually need that sometimes because I don't want to use all the others. But I will do some ASMR later, just for fun, just for myself, to put myself to sleep. I'm kidding. Sometimes there are people in the chat. Most of the times it's pretty slow, and I'm tired of that too. I've been streaming for a long time, and I'm tired of always having to struggle, and I'm sick of it. I deserve better than this shit. Maybe I'll just stop doing it, and I'll move on to something else. After all, you know, if people want to have good streamers, maybe they should support them instead of the fucking shills. Fuck them. Yeah, God can love them. Sorry, yeah, I ain't the guru. I'm just tired of working my butt off and always having peanuts, you know. Not the good kinds. I mean, I love peanuts, but, you know. Actually, now that I said peanuts, I want to have a peanut. My dog loves peanuts. She has never liked them, like right now. She's hooked on them for some reason. I'm not sure why. I know they like peanut butter, as my roommate pointed out, but I never liked peanuts the way they like them now. It's really odd. Anyway, I'll be back in a bit. I need to go and check on them. I'm here, but I'm just stepping away a moment.
George Orwell's rolling over in his grave because you sheeple are so scared. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. How dare you? I just wanna tell you something. I just want to remind you that losing your voice can happen when you have phlegm. How dare you?
As usual, it is so lively in here. It's quite amazing, actually. It's really pain in the ass because Restream doesn't show if anyone is on troll, for example. It only gives if they are on YouTube or Twitch or the other. It's so annoying. Why can't they just give you all the stats, you know? It's like, you know, people, if we were actually making money, we would be able to buy your package every stream, but until we make money, we're not gonna keep spending money for our stream when we're already at a loss, you know what I mean? It's like, it's so crazy, these people, you know? Oh, my goodness, some days. It just makes me laugh, that's all. Yeah, we're all gonna start leaking mics soon, but that's the only way to make money, guys. God forbid we do actual ASMR and actual stuff that is positive, you know? Yeah. But it's sad and true. Seems the only ones who make money is because they have some kind of amount of sexuality in their streams. Thank you, God, for this wonderful world. Thank you so much for this flat world. Thank you. Appreciate it. We appreciate it. Thanksgiving, right? It is Thanksgiving in some countries. Yeah, thank you. Oh, Tishy's there. Hey, Tishy, what's up, buddy? Yeah, I'm just thanking, you know, the system. I'm thanking the world. I'm thanking. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for this wonderful life. Thank you, God. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Am I being fictitious? Yes, absolutely I am. Today is the day that all those turkeys who were, you know, anyway, it's all good. It's all good. I'm gonna take a break. Because it's kind of pointless being here anymore. Tired of working for nothing. Hey, if you don't see me streaming anymore, all of you, don't ask yourselves why. Just realize that after 3.5 years of zero support or very little support, I'm pretty close to reaching my fill. I think maybe all of you do deserve to just see egos and shit like that. Maybe instead of supporting that shit, you should have given more support to people who actually put in the work. put in the money, put in the time, and put in the fucking effort and actual knowledge, not some shoddy 2 seconds knowledge they got from taking a shitty fucking course like those fake healers on Twitch, you know? That in reality display a lot of satanic fucking symbols, whether they know it or not. But again, ignorance is so vast in those people that I wouldn't be surprised if they thought they were actually displaying good stuff. No, but it's true. Maybe it's time that we just, those of us who actually are the real McCoys, get off of the internet and let the shit hit the fan. So, for now, I'm just taking a break, and then we'll see. Don't worry, YouTube. You will be left with only shells, but that's what you want, right? want to do more than what I'm doing, but I get so little support that honestly, it's not worth it. I'm just tired of it. be aware of the fact that when we say something on the stream, it's us talking to the universe. It seems that the universe listens more when we bitch on stream. I don't know why, but when we complain on the stream about how, okay, you're not throwing us any help now and you're asking a lot, why aren't you helping? Then all of a sudden, it gets some help. So that's why I'm doing it. Just wanted to say that. No, seriously, I use technology at my advantage, man. That's why I do it. Because when you throw it out in the techno world, there's always someone listening. You know, the bad guys listen. Mwah.